society, because I'm beginning to wonder what is not what. I saw some at Lengata Cemetery, it's like somebody went and dropped some human bones there and they look like they had been boiled. Then amebeba na hizi karatasi za dustbin, sijui akaidamp huko kwa makaburi ikapatikana huko. Sasa me, I don't know, seriously. And then Zakayo is there telling people in church that they are going to take action. Which action are they going to take now? Which action are they taking? If at all the police themselves, they are admitting that mambo ya homicide imewashinda, they are unable to do anything about it. So the cases are just piling one after, because you can see now, if at all people are dying, a woman is dying every single day. How many cases do they have? In 1 week, they have 7 homicide cases. 1 week. By the time the month is ending, they have 30. And you know how usually they are very lax. Happened that the people who operated her, they operated her, and then she left the premises and started having problem because her stomach had been perforated.
Malia, I think we lost you.
Are you getting me?
We are losing you.
Are you getting me
Malia.
now? Are you getting me now?
Yeah, go ahead. And kindly just let's go to dwell much on solution, because these are the things that are public domain, the information there, and that is why we are raised. We we already bring these things that now church are being used again. So let's just strategize and mobilize. Let's focus on that.
Okay. Okay, let me just finish up on this lady who went to the hospital. So, we need to understand what KMPDU or its or the board, like, this place was not certified to operate to do surgery. They were only there licensed as a spa. Spa ni kama hizi masauna, ma steam bath, those kind of places. So how did they end up doing and by the way, this is not the first woman who has died in that facility. I think it was some 2 years back. There's a lady who died when she's getting breast enlargement. Now the city council and the other medical guys, they have come and put a notice that they have closed the clinic. What exactly? By the way, we need to hold people accountable, because I don't understand why we have a city council, we have medical board people and all those people, and we pay them so that they can be able to regulate. Sasa, if they don't come out and regulate, even when you go to a hospital, are you going to be comfortable that mtu mwenye anakutibu ni daktari? Because I understand the problem is that the person who did the surgery was not a doctor. So are you really? The other time we saw again a fake doctor who had been, he's come this whole way and he even used to do surgeries. What are we going to do as Kenyans to protect our well-being? Because now where things have reached, it's like by the way we are just on our own. It's like we don't have a government, we don't have any institution which is working, which can be able to protect us and regulate institutions. So now there we are. Even our health, we are not sure of our health, especially with this shisha thing, which now Ruto and his team wanapigia debe, and he's saying that Kindiki will help him to piga debe. Do you need to piga debe something which is working? Or why do you need to campaign for something which is working? Being a Kenyan is hard. I'm telling you, I don't know which solution I have as that now. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As you are saying, it's like we don't know that we don't know that we already know that we don't have a government, and that is why we are saying now it is time to look for solution. It is time for Kenyans to come together, take the power, and now we do what we think it is right for this country. These people, these politicians that we have, they are not leaders, but they are just having a political enterprises. So what we need to do is to close all those kiosks, political enterprises, and Kenya now we take the power and we utilize accordingly so that it can work for every Kenyan, for prosperity of this country. We cannot continue dying like chickens. We cannot continue being killed, whether in hospital, by guns, by diseases, and everything. We cannot live in a country where we live like we are in the bush, where we stay like we are in the forest. We are not animals. We are human beings. We deserve dignity. We deserve respect. We deserve good life. We deserve, to our children to be able to prosper and join the globe as, we are doing innovation and taking this country way forward. But what we see is that we have leaders that they are taking us back to 19th century, of which we cannot agree. We have said enough is enough. We have seen more than we are supposed even to see in this country. So, Justus, please welcome and take the mic.
Thank you so much, comrade, and greetings. Good evening, all space members. And yes, I feel the mood. I feel the mood in the house, and I know people can cast off restraint, people can lose hope, but I just want to inspire you that the line of progress is never straight, and for a period of a movement, a movement may not, the line may not be straight, and it may encounter a lot of obstacles, and you may see the paths bends, and often it feels as though you are moving backwards, but in fact, you are moving ahead. Sometimes when you're about to reach the city, the bends may be so much, and soon you will see that the city is just closer by. And so I would remind you that it is closer by. It is closer, because the freedom we are fighting for is not won by a passive acceptance of suffering. And yes, I can feel that we all acknowledge and agree that the suffering is too much. Freedom is won by struggle against suffering. We have to pay that full price. And I guess maybe that is what is needed now. Because no great victories are won in a war for the transformation of a whole people without total participation. Because less than this, we'll just be creating, some amelioration of sophistication, token sophistication, which will not really answer. We must engage everyone. And the cry for Genzote and the riots are not the causes of Ruto's must go resistance. They are the consequences of the things that he's been doing to us. And this will require unilateral approach for us to collectively pull together our effort from whichever quarter. And that's why, Comrade Favish, I really appreciate. You are so consistent and persistent in the space. Keep speaking. I know some may be saying that no, the spaces are ineffective. We just keep speaking and we keep talking and we should stop talking. We should go to the street. Yes, we are going to go to the street, but we must keep talking. We've seen various elements of fights through the legal departments. We've seen in the judiciary, and we've seen in the National Assembly. But sometimes, even when the legal contest, you realize that the sole, if the legal contest is taken as a sole form of activity, the ordinary citizens are just involved as passive spectators. And his interest is stirred, but his energies are unemployed. But mass marches transform the common man into a star performer, and engage him normally is a complete, total, and commitment that comes when you engage masses. Actually, whatever you achieve with masses, even lobbying and imploring in the legislative assemblies can even, you've seen, whenever we come out, even when we came out last time in June 25th, and a number of us suffered, and I still pray and also support those I'm able to reach out to. Whenever I see my wounds, I got shot at as well in that day. And it's a when I see those marks, it reminds me of the passion that we came out for, the zeal that we came out for, which should continue inspiring us. And that much changed a lot. Because when you're saying that finance bill is back, yet we marched and we had marks and we had scars that are still living with us. And some of us are 6 feet under. Some are maimed. They can't walk. They can't function correctly because of this guy. It's just a reminder that we are getting closer there. This thing needs to be done. We can't rest. We can't let go. We need to keep moving. And we cannot move individually. We must move as a team. And Fabish, I had not been selling our party, Justice and Freedom Party, that I lead. I'm the party leader. But yes, because we needed to harmonize various movements and have come together, even from various different political parties, so that we function as one. It was not a partisan a factor then. But as it stands, there's a lot of political answers that also need to be, very clear and be very concrete. And that is why, yes, as a party, we are very open to the movement so that we may achieve justice, as we say. Because freedom, which we stand for, is not given, it's taken. It never just comes like that. You take it. And taking it requires these strategies that we are employing and we are putting in place to make sure that we move together. But now that we have moved together, yes, how are we achieving them? Because we fought to defeat finance bill, and they're coming in through the back doors. The same parliament is still the same guys, though we have a few on our end whom we can continue using to lobby together with to make sure that these bills do not see the light of the day. And should they see the light of the day, we send greetings and get back to marching as we've done before. But then again, we have issues like formation of IEBC Commission. And as we form the IEBC Commission, we need to have our guys in there, not just watch for them to populate it with their own people. So that as a party, yes, we've participated, we pushed our guys in there, and we will still also want our guys, that is at the level of a selection panel. But then also at the level of commissions who are going to apply, we would want our own people to apply and make sure that we have competent individuals who can pass through so that this solution is functional over and above our civic agitation. We can also have advocacy to match the long-term expected solution that we're deciding. Yeah, so as a party, we are also getting ready for both scenarios. If it's not out before the beginning of 2025, then we must be ready also for election. But whether it's out, still we must be ready for election to occupy the seats where we will be recalling these the MPs who are not following the citizens' interest, or who does not have the citizens' interest at heart, and also the MCS, and also the president, and governors and senators. We need to fill these seats, and fill these seats with individuals who have the interest of the citizen at heart, not these compadres who will a deal and sacrifice us at the altars of the deals, the altars of Western and the Eastern deals. These guys have no conscience. As my sister said earlier, you see the runaway deaths. They would rather jeopardize Kenyans' life and protect theirs. I was just in the grassroots, these sides of Kisumu. I went to work with farmers and support them in enhancing food security. And I'm realizing that some of these guys are farm shambas next to the river that runs into Lake Victoria, all the way to Nile. And you know what Egyptians are doing with Nile down there. They even use it to irrigate their corn, and then they supply with corn. And nice, actually very fertile shambas bordering the rivers. But each time these people plant, the sea animals, the hippopotamus, whereas we have wildlife ranges around the same area, who should be helping in managing the wildlife conflicts, at the same time enhancing human food security. So I found the villagers are there sleeping in the night. Actually, most of the husbands are watching the corn plantation in the night. Yet there is administration police, this chief, there is police, and KWS, the wildlife rangers. They are all sleeping during the night. But Kenyan citizens who are paying their salary in the night spend the night away from their wives and their families watching the animals. And I'm like, how would this happen? Who hired who? And why did we even employ them to begin with? So this negligence is actually a reflection on what we're having in the national arena. So I agree with you that we must put our foot forward. And we can't afford to miss our words. But we must unite in this cause. So as a party, we will allow you to honor the party wherever you are. And it's for the purposes of the movement, wherever you are, if you're a candidate who is ready to take a specific seat, this is the time. So that whatever efforts that we are fighting for should be consolidated to also bear specific fruits. Yes, when they come out, we must replace them with our guys. Who are these guys? These are the ones who the party actually are reaching out to now, so that wherever you are, and especially Fabish, when you're doing the grassroots civic awareness, as you do civic awareness, you also recruit them into the party, because you'll need them tomorrow. And as you recruit them into the party, you also identify your aspirants, and we begin from because even campaign and the political seat is a process, is not an event. You don't need to wait until the election is there, then you start running here and there. So when you're doing civic education on the grassroots, you can also register them and recruit them as members of the party. And it's very easy. I'll share how you can register somebody through just a mobile phone. Is a short code that you can use.
Justus, kindly allow me to interrupt you a bit. First is there is a reason why we identify you and we treated you exception, because we have seen that what is derailing the movement, their political class. And that is why we are trying in as much as possible to run away from the political class, because most of the problem that we are facing today, they were actually scripted and initiated by the political class. Secondly, we don't currently, as it is, to be honest to you, that is where we draw the line. We don't believe in any form of election, and we don't want to align ourselves with political parties. In fact, what we are even telling our members is we want our members to start mass deregistration, deregistering themselves from any political party. If you know you ever registered yourself as a member of ODM, kindly, we will be sharing on how you are going to deregister yourself from being affiliated to ODM, because we want to start deplatforming those political parties, because they are abusing us. They are using us as the numbers to bargain for their selfish interest, and yet they are oppressing us. So even as we are boycotting Safaricom, we are also in a way now to start deplatforming those political parties. If you know that you ever registered as a member of UDA, we will also rally the members of the movement to start deregistering themselves and disassociating themselves from being the members of the UDA and disengaging totally from any activities of those political parties. Now, when we strip them, the numbers is now when they can understand where the power belongs. The idea of now telling people to register for political parties, it is a very bad idea for now. We are, in fact, we are doing the opposite. We said also that, I think I sent you the demands that we will be giving this Ruto government. We have 11 demands that we'll be giving on 11/11, and we are expecting those demands to be met in 11 days. So, yes, you are very right. After we remove William Ruto, of course, there will be election, but we don't want to be that, occupy our minds and our energies to election for now. Of course, when we reach the river, we will know how to cross it, whether we are going to swim or we are going to use a bridge. We know that when we remove the parliament and remove William Ruto and his regime, then we will plan now, because we will now identify who are the credible leaders that they can be trusted. They can be recognized by law and by us that these are leaders that are credible. The reason why we want to associate with you, it is because, yes, you are a politician, and of course, we cannot fight you from being within within us, because you are a politician. One is because you don't have that long-standing history. You are not part of this problem, because we know you are Gen Z. You are one of us. But of course, we are also trading with you carefully with a pinch of salt, because sometimes we know politicians can be easily dissuaded, but we still don't want to believe that you can. We know that you have principles. So let's not encourage people now about election, because even we said, if we cannot remove Ruto before 2027, we will do anything that it will take us to make sure that no election will be held in this country with William Ruto. It is until William Ruto step out is now when we can go for credible election, even if it means that we will tell IBC that they will not do registration anywhere in this country, even if it means in any different methods that we'll be using. Everyone that have voters card, they will desist from taking the voters card. That is how radical we are taking the movement, so that we can get this solution. That is what we are saying. To change this country, we need to make a very, very hard stand. We cannot do things the same and expect different results. This time round, we have said revolution is the way to go. So, as you are coming, yes, just maintain the political outfit that you have, but we don't want to be indoctrinated first into any political movement. And that is why you see we easily disassociated ourselves with Morara the time that he purported to register a political party, because that was not the agenda of the movement. We remain to be the movement until William Ruto go. It is now when we go to the political party, as we are doing. We are heading for election when we already agree. Of course, when we remove William Ruto, we might even decide that we need first a transitional council. We don't need to straight away outright to have a political party. We might first say that, okay, we need transitional council that will be comprised of men and women from all the 47 counties, and taking all tribes into consideration, that they will come and make one voice. And then we now want to know, how are we going to have a credible election and have, people with integrity that they are going to occupy those offices, even as we are addressing other issues, including historical injustices, land injustices, the killings, the abductions, extrajudicial killings that has happened, having those commissions that they are going to investigate, because any soul that has been lost in this country must be accounted for. That they can continue killing, but they must know that the end game is that any soul, any blood that have been spilled in this country unjustifiably must be accounted for. So the reason why we are with you is because, yes, you stand for justice and freedom, and that is what we are pursuing. But we don't want to pursue in a political manner. We are pursuing it in a movement, because we have seen political outfits. They end up being tribal. They end up, balkanizing and divide and rule agenda. That is why we really want to disassociate from that side. So we are sorry for that. But of course, we hope that you are part of the movement, even with your political outfit, even as we are mobilizing now for 11/11. And also, if maybe, because in that platform, your political outfit, we can maybe now in this movement to use it as a mouthpiece, that maybe sometimes you want to table agenda through the mainstream media. We don't need to go as a movement, but you can just go not as on behalf of movement, but just the voices that is within the movement is what you will be addressing there. I don't know whether you are getting me from that angle. That is the reason why we need you.
Good clarity, Fabish. Actually, you don't have to be sorry. You see, we talk till we come into the unity of how we unity of strategy, unity of faith, and so that we act as one. And you see, activism tailored with advocacy becomes very, very, very effective. And from political party, the clarity I wanted to bring to the table, a number of clarity. We have a number of issues that are affecting us, even in our political democratic space. Somebody says good democracy is good economy. Good economy, as somebody used to say, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Siasa chafu, maisha, and the reverse. So for us to get good democracy, then we must have functional institutions. And political scientists will tell you that the major impediment to good democracy is populism, personism, and tribalism. And the challenge we've been having, and I think that is what we are having today, and that's a lens that we should be very careful not to use to stereotype good democracy. We've had populism, and we've had personism, and a tribalism, which actually is not a good democracy. And what we are fighting for is a democratic space which is driven by issues which are citizen-centered. But we've been having regimes hiding around political parties. Like now, Justice and Freedom Party, I'm happy you are getting to know us. You cannot be registered as a party if you're not national. As I speak, we have aspirants, even in Wajir, in Lamu, candidates who are elected in our party. We are all over the country. And the nationalistic aspect of it actually is what as labor as is for. You'll hear us in so many things that I will highlight later. But we need to distinguish between populism, personism that we are having currently. And political scientists will tell you that they are a danger, they are impediment to proper democratic practice. Because a populist will require sycophants to surround them. And those populists normally they have a party. Without them, there is no party. And those are how you can describe. Actually, that's what defines maybe 1 or 2 or 4 political parties that you famously know. Because most of them are centered around individuals, not issues. They're not nationalistic. You take away those individuals, you cease to have a party. And these are the challenges we have. Because populism thrives around tribalism, thrives around sycophants, where there is no accountability. Sometimes you might even be surprised that Ruto is not even being advised, because he surrounded himself with sycophants, he's surrounded himself with individuals who are incompetent, and guess what? These are the results we're seeing to date. So if we were to allow institutions to work, because the change that we are pushing for and accountability matrix that we are judging them with is the constitution that we, the people, gave to ourselves. And we, the people, as we gave ourselves the constitutions to rule ourselves, and the sovereign authority still solely relies or belongs to the people. And we can exercise it far-beach directly or indirectly. Now, we have two scenarios of what you've explained. We can suspend the constitution and exercise our sovereign authority directly without the constitution. But still, we can exercise our sovereign authority directly through the constitution. And that will mandate us to then empower the institutional foundations that we need to remain effective. So if the political structure or the political formation that the Constitution has given us is currently through the political parties and Political Parties Act, then it will be wise. I saw Raila sometimes abscond, boycotted the election, a repeat election during Maraga against Uhuru. And what happened? The election went on. Uhuru just won.
Just hold on there. I want to put it this way. Then I will give Xavier so that you can answer together. First is that, we have been discussing in these places, but, one thing that politicians, they will always deny it is because sometimes a lot of politicians, they are driven by ambitions. One thing that is very clear in this country is that the constitution has been suspended, not by the Kenyans, by the movement, or by Kenyans who are yearning for change, but by the regime itself. It is not working in parliament, it is not working in judiciary, it is not working in the executive, it is not working in the security sector, it is not working in the health sector. So currently, as we are speaking, the constitution has been suspended by one William Ruto. That is, no matter which language, how we want to arrange our words, they are operating outside the constitution. The country is being on autopilot. It is not driven again by the supreme law of the land. That is the reality of things on the ground. And that is why we are saying that now what we need is through the popular revolution first. After that now is now when we can restore the order of constitutionalism and law and order in this country. But we cannot fight in his own space where he is good at thriving at. We have seen offices being created outside the constitution and yet using our taxpayers' money, and nothing is being done. Nowhere to address the judiciary as totally, they are blind, they have closed their ears, they are not seeing evil, they are not hearing evil. Now, we as Kenyans, we cannot be hopeless. We cannot stay as if we are begging anyone permission to be in this country. That's why we are saying, Kwamba, constitution we may suspend, we are ready to go that way, but we are going to take the power back. And the good thing is, at least you suspend the constitution, lakini sisi, we will use that one chapter in the constitution that the power belongs to the people, and now we are going to take that power. In that chapter, it did not tell us that we need a political outfit to take that power, but we just need to go and grab that power and take it unto ourselves. Then now we decide on how we want to donate that power or how we want to exercise it, that power, whether we continue exercising it directly or whether now we want to donate it. And so that is the stand, and that is what every Kenyan can attest. So I know, in as much as you belong to this generation that is yearning for change, but the system currently cannot favor any, someone that is purporting to operate in the constitution that has been suspended, that is not there, now here. So let me give to Xavier, because I know he will have something also to add on to that and rebuttal, so that when you answer generally, and everyone who is here also, because I don't want to, I want to give other speakers, just you have a pen and a paper so that you address this thing. There is a reason why I want you here. Normally we don't entertain politicians, but there is a reason why I see sense in you. I see sense, at least in the people that you are working together with. There is a reason why we need you as a comrade. Trust me, we don't want to cut you out, but we just want to have a productive dialogue with you. You understand us clearly, and then we understand you, and now we can reach a consensus where we will go together in this movement. So, Amsevia. Okay, Amsevia, if you are not ready, let's give to Mike Omamo.
Asante sana Fabish. I first want to begin by thanking you for having this space. This is a very different kind of space. If you've been around other spaces, you realize that this is a very, very different kind of space. This is a space where people have been unplugged. This is a space where people understand that this movement shifted from being peaceful to being a revolution the moment the first bullet was shot. This is that kind of space. This is a space where people understand that we are now being led by two ICC criminals. And I don't think people have really sat with this truth that we're being led by two ICC criminals. So leo, before you sleep, just kaa kwa kitanda yako kidogo tu and really sit down with this fact that we're being led by two ICC criminals. And that alone will really help you shift how you look at this revolution. And that is why we've been saying we need to start operating as a revolution. We need to stop thinking of winning this fight constitutionally because, like Fabish said, wametupa constitution. They have butchered that constitution. They're not going to operate in a constitution kind of way. So it is time we start thinking of it that way and operating like criminals. That is the truth. That is the truth. I wanted to say that if your family or your friends or your circle are still for Ruto, it means you've not done enough educating. You've not done enough civic education. And civic education is not as complex as people imagine it to be. I know people think about civic education as preaching to your family and engaging them in political debates. Civic education is not that complex. Like, for example, today I was talking to one of my cousins and I was asking her how this women rep have helped the women, and she could not answer that question. And that alone is civic education. That alone, just having her think about hawa women rep wanafanya kazi gani kusema ukweli. That alone is civic education. Another conversation I was having with my family is I was talking to them about sort of venturing into agriculture and buying cows for milk purposes. And I was engaging them about that. I sort of slipped Bill Gates into the conversation. Nikaanza kuwauliza hata hizi ng'ombe zenye nataka kununua na Ruto analeta mtu wa GMO na hizi finance na hizi bills zao za agriculture, hizi ng'ombe zitatusaidia kweli? And that alone is civic education. Like, civic education doesn't have to be as complex as people imagine it to be. it can always slip into very normal conversations. So if your friends and family and circle are still for Ruto, it means you're not engaging them enough. Another thing I wanted to talk about is let us start finding ways to psychologically crippling this government, because that is exactly what they're doing to us. They are really psychologically crippling us. Want to engage in all sorts of things, all sorts of bills. Kila siku ni free this, free that, free this person. Sasa hata sisi, it is time we start using such tools. And what are some of the ways that we can engage them psychologically? Some of the ways we can do that is things like multiple demonstrations. Wakidhania tuna meet Milimani Court peke yake, tunaenda JKIA pia, tunaenda Safaricom pia. You know, we start confusing them. We start thinning out their monopoly of violence that they think they have. We can start using such tools. Another way is having secret meetings out of these spaces, you know. Let us have them think, watu wanafanya nini, wana plan nini. That is another way of psychologically crippling these people. Another way ni kuwasalimia. Ukiona mtu ameweka namba ya hawa watu, politicians, Ndegwa, nani, wasalimie with that number that you don't use. Wasalimie. That is another way of psychologically crippling them. Another way is to criticize them whenever they come to this our events, kwa matanga, kwa church. You know, you shout at them. That is another way of psychologically crippling them. Let us not show up at their events. These events that they make and want to invite, watupikie sijui chapo na nini, watupatie chapati. Tukatae kuenda hizo vitu. Wakitupea chapati unazirusha, unawarushia, you throw them back at them. That is another way of psychologically crippling these people. Let us have these people live in fear. Lazima waogope kuenda hizi events. Wanajue, nikienda huko, wanaweza nitukana. Nikienda huko, wanaweza nirushia mayai. Nikienda huko, watanipiga na mawe. Let us have them start living in fear, causing them as much pain, as much psychological pain as they are causing us. Kwa sababu mimi kila siku nikiamka, nasikianga tu nimechoka akili, you know, every day. But I have to keep on fighting every day. So as we continue speaking, let us continue thinking about also psychological ways of crippling this government. Let us keep on fighting. A time will come. Believe me, the time will come. And when that time comes, we have to completely replace these old bastards, this old generation of leaders, because all they're thinking about is bribery. All they're thinking about is tribalism. All they're thinking about is being political chameleons. All they're thinking about is self-interest. That is the kind of generation that the leaders we have right now are doing. That is the kind of thing they are used to. So when that time comes, and the time will come, let us see people like Fabish vying for these seats. Let us see everyone that is engaging in these spaces vie for these seats, because we have to replace that old generation. They have corrupted our system that it becomes very difficult to operate in that kind of a system if you're a person of integrity. if you genuinely want good things to happen for our country. So Wakenya, tafadhali, hiyo time ikifika, tusiogope kuingia. Tafadhali. Because we have a very, very long way to go. Because we have to get to a point like Burkina Faso, the way they are doing things. We have to get to that kind of point. But first, the first mission we have is to remove this old generation of leaders, replace it with this young generation of leaders. Then from Hapo, we can start moving towards a Pan-African kind of way of thinking, you know. So let us continue fighting. Let us continue engaging. Tusikufe moyo. Pressure tutaiweka. Pole 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 mpaka hilipuke. Hatutawacha. That is all I have to say.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I am Xavier. Are you there? Mr.
Yes,
Cole? Yes,
yes, I'm
okay,
here.
yeah.
I'm here, thank you. Tabish, today I will not say much because much has been said and all has been said. We have two posters from Wakuraya there. Is telling the true story. So I like the collaboration. When you are sleeping, me and Wakuraya were working. And that is the beauty of a diaspora membership of the movement. So I will not say much at all. I just want to listen. And later,
No,
maybe
I'm Xavier.
Yes.
Have you been following my conversation with the Justice from Justice and Freedom political party?
Yeah, I came in at that point when you are when he was talking, and then eventually you followed. I agree with you totally, 100%. We are partyless, leaderless, tribeless, and all that. So party at this point is not our issue. But you can join and be a member as a party, but we are not giving you prominence at it now. Yeah, this party is behind, or rather, we are going to work to your party now. So I like the way you converse with him. There's nothing I can add.
Oh, thank you so much.
So last point.
Yes.
I have shared the group with Miguna, and I'm going to make a personal invite to him to join the space right now after this.
Okay, thank you.
So you expect Miguna could come into our space.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Right. No guarantees though.
Yeah, no problem. Any comrade that is ready to work with us, because the movement need numbers, and I'm happy that we all agree about working together with our comrade. Justice is one of young brains.
Yes. He says which party is he?
And leaders that we're looking for. Yes. So
what's the party name? Sorry, excuse me. What's the name did you say?
Justice and Freedom Party. Yes.
Okay.
So
it's a good name, but
yeah,
that's aspirational. Should we succeed, then we can think about about joining his party. But right now we are.
It's not even a party. When we succeed, we can see how we want to work together. But is one person that we want to be with us, because even when we succeed, I think these are the brains that we need to tap, and that is why I say there is a reason why I want we stick with the Justice here, Mr. Kun.
Okay.
Hey there, Fabrice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, clearly, go ahead.
Hi to everybody. I spoke a little bit before you showed up. But good to hear everyone. And one thing that I am happy about is that we are trying to stay within the context, which is really cool. I remember when we started, we were all over everything else. But right now, listening and judging from what everyone is saying, we are about maybe 65 to 70% within context. And as we continue, maybe we'll get to about 90% context, and that would be great. And one thing maybe I may ask from Fabrish is maybe get one day within the week or a weekend, doesn't matter, where we just have, people talk about whatever, anything else and all that, because it looks like, even when we have a subject and all that, people still to want to talk about 1, 2, 3 things that are of concern, which is not really bad. But if we create that forum, then, some people who feel that are not heard, they will, find that space to ventilate. Thank you.
Oh, that is a great idea that you are coming with. Yes, of course. I think we'll be selecting, of course, one day in a week where we can actually decompress ourselves and also get to learn other things. Because even as we are sticking on this one, there are some other broad issues that it might be also helpful. Maybe we will, learn a lot of things. Things that are happening around the globe, and get to study a lot of things. People, coming with different ideas on anything, and also we get also to learn some of the issues even that is affecting us, even that we can discuss even without saying that we have to stick fast to solutions. We will select a day for that we'll have an open mic forum. So that we can, yes, and incorporate other things to learn more. So I agree with you. We are going to make that available at least one day in a week. Thank you so much for that. So yes, Justus, sorry for keeping you wait, because we, of course, movement is about collective voices, and as you have heard, is that we stick to that we are tribeless, we are partyless, we are leaderless, and of course we are fearless, and of course we are objective on this endeavor, because what we want is to remove this rogue regime. And when we remove, because people have been sometimes people asking, so if you remove William Ruto, what will happen? And this is what we have been answering them. What will happen when we remove William Ruto is now we will embrace good governance system. We'll embrace a true democracy. Of course, we will be able to usher ourselves the government that have accountability, that have transparency, that have at least the intolerance of corruption, that benefits everyone. So yes, Justice. But of course, you as a comrade and your political party, we don't have problem working closely with you, as long as, because we are trying as much as possible to indoctrinate ourselves from party politics.
Thank you. I do agree with you, because, well, in the journey and the fight for liberation, especially the Gen Z movement, there is no way you will disassociate the name Justice Juma from the movement, even without Justice and Freedom Party. Actually, I joined the movement independently. And sometimes you'll be surprised when we meet at the political parties arena, they call me Gen Z leader, because they've always seen us in front. And actually, it's just that we've not met physically in the streets, but Justice Juma is always in the street. And the name Gen Z is all over, wherever I go. But when it comes to the political party leadership, yes, it helps us to concretely address a number of issues, especially around this context, because a number of issues that we're addressing are political, over and above the generals that we must make sure that we put in place through the movement. And as a party, we've been in the public domain calling for a complete moratorium on public and private debts. And we've called for a moratorium on trade. We've called for a moratorium on development structures that the ones now that even now with the Adani factor, which is way consistent with the movement agenda. Because I do agree with you that relationship with people like Bill Gates, whose agenda we've known globally. If somebody follow back on my messages or public, press conferences during the COVID, the coronavirus, the COVID menace, we were very vocal about vaccines. And we advised a number of individuals not to take vaccines. We told a number of Kenyans not to follow the government way. And we rendered solutions then. And then without shame, still these guys are right still on our face. We the same guys, the routers, bringing them to use our people as guinea pigs and still give them a free pass to vaccinate our people. So I agree with you. Number 8 must stop. And the call for the 11 issues that have been raised, I agree with you entirely. And I am also with you in rendering current solutions and also the long-term solution. And I guess there are certain solutions that we'll be discussing as time goes, and especially the matters that now pertains to the concrete political engagements, which I'm completely open to. And yes, I must I really applaud your consistency and what you're doing currently. You are a voice, and you are a voice that we deserve. You are the change we need, and we need to speak up. We need to rise up. We need to stand to the occasion. And Kenya needs us now than never. And I agree with you. On this 11/11, we can make it a day like no any other. We can make it better than 2025, the June 25th. We can make it the ultimate call. All we need to do is speak together, strategize together, unite together, and move as one. And I'm telling you, it will be historical if we are blessed, because I know the heavens are on our side. The universe has conspired to brought us this far, because sometimes when I see the mistake that Ruto keep on committing in our face, because Kenyans have been crying. But when we cry, he rewards us with the Gen Z butcher, the kidnapper, the abductor. He just spattered the person who spattered the brains and the blood of our children mercilessly on the road. That's the same guy who has been shooting us aimlessly, injured and maimed a number of us, and throwing most of us in dump sites. And I know a number of guys have, even those who have suffered in their hands, and those who have healed from hospitals. Our stories will be different. We'll not be looking at these things the same way. So yes, I am part of the indignation. I feel the indignation. I am the Kenyan who needs to be a Kenyan now. And the most joyous aspect of it is that there are many of us. I have been in the forefront calling for reforms in the political arena to a point that even we've activated with frustration from their political parties. We were being shot at when we were fighting for democracy in their party offices, and they did nothing. Now we have political parties. We've been managing them to demonstrate how political parties should be. And if somebody go back in history, it is on record that the day before Ruto was sworn in, Justice and Freedom Party leadership did a press conference, which I'll share later. And we prophesized about this day because we told him if he does not follow the rule of law, if he goes vindictive and with personal vendetta the way he did, and by then we were highlighting the Cherera 4 and Ogola then. And we don't even know whether Cherera 4 are alive. Ogola we know is no more. And we warned him, should he go in that direction, his government will not see 2025. And that we said a day before he was sworn in. So let it be straight that Justice and Freedom's Party's voice have actually never mellowed, has never gone passive, has never gone quiet. And we are so happy, we are so rejuvenated that now a number of us are willing to be front and center and make sure that they stand for their motherland. We stand for our sisters. We stand for our sons. We stand for our daughters. This is the only country that we've got. We don't have any other. We got to defend it and make it have integrity that it deserves. So yes, Kenya is our country. And Fabish, I'm ready in the night. I'm ready in the day. I'm ready anytime. Bring it on and let's make it happen.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is a time that to understand that redeeming this country is our personal responsibilities. The time of relying on political class that their solution of this country is long gone. They already showed us a middle finger. They already manifest to us who they actually are and the people that they are serving. It is not you, it is not me. It is not your children, it is not my children. But they are serving their own masters, their selfish greed. So it is a time now that we must understand that Kenya is for all of us. Kenya is not for few politicians. Kenya is not for few conmen. Kidogo tunaonekana radicals. It is because we shoot straight. Tunaongea zile vitu ambazo ziko. Tumechoka kukua conned, kudanganywa, kupapaswa ama kupapasana. Like I give you an example. Right now, as you are holding this space, there is another space going on, of which I'm not ashamed to talk about. Ya Hilary Gondi and some few people there. Moja, ambao I point out because I've told him face to face and I will keep on telling him. There is that man called Agostino Neto. Agostino Neto is a political loser. He was in parliament. Alichukua kiti ya marehemu Orwa Ojode wakati alikufa. Orwa Ojode, he was a great patriotic in this country. Actually, kama angekweko saizi, maybe the politics now could be different. And he was killed in a way baka leo haijawahi kuwa resolved. Those are the things tunasema after movement, we need those things to be revisited, including Saitoti, akina Jacob Juma. Now, Neto is purporting to be giving people solutions. Solutions from the things that they themselves are part of the problems that we are facing. Political conmen, now they are taking advantage, opportunistic, kuwa sasa, they are going, using those spaces of diasporans, asking money from diaspora, fund this political party, ndio itaweza kumondoa William Ruto. When you confront him and ask him, akuchore kabisa kwa kitabu, from point A to point Z, the strategy that is going to remove William Ruto, he cannot tell you. You know, but he claimed those are few individuals that I said they are political conmen, and they are the reason why we are tired with this political conmanship. So, watu kama hawa, they just want to be in the space for relevance or to be seen and to use that opportunity for their selfish interest. Please reject them. Please disassociate yourself with them. They will never have any solution. Someone that created a problem cannot purport to be a solution of that problem that you are facing. Kwa hivyo, sisi tunasema kwamba we will continue speaking, we will continue talking and talking about things that we know are doable. We are not ready kuwa tunakaa na tukiongea vitu zenye haziko. We are not here for numbers. We are not here for fame. We are not here for opportunity, you know, to like, enrich ourselves. In this space, to now, all kila siku, we are not asking anyone penny. We are saying, yes, we know movement sometimes it will reach a point where you need funding. But even when we reach at that point, we cannot fund an individual. We will, yes, fund the movement. And funding the movement, because part of the things that we are pursuing this government about is about transparency. And you cannot purport that you are fighting for transparency, and yet to yourself, you cannot subject yourself for that transparency. So even if the movement is going to be funded at some point, but it will have to be in a transparent way, where every coin that is, contributed by any Kenyan can be traced to the last mile. Lakini, hii mambo ya kuja kusema sijui, the problem that we're having, these political parties that exist, they are given money by government, by our taxpayers' coffers. We know it is in the constitution, but they cannot account for that money, including the ruling party. I think last financial year, walikuwa na almost 400 million. This money are not accounted for. And that is a problem we say at iko katika constitution. Why should a political party be funded, and yet it is a private entity supposed to be funded by the members? How do you force me to fund a political party? What about if I chose not to belong to any political party? You are infringing my right. You are oppressing me, because I can choose that, yes, I'm a Kenyan, I want to be neutral. In any case, even now, to vie for any seat, elected position, you don't have to belong to a political party. We are private candidates. So why should you take my money for development and divert it to fund a political party? Are you getting that point, Justice?
Get you.
Yes. Yeah, so these are the yes. Are you getting that point? And they cannot address. And NATO was in that parliament when they are making about that clause of funding political parties.
Actually, the spirit is because and see, this is where we make laws, but when it comes to operationalizing the laws, it ends up being the other way around, because the spirit behind the political parties fund. We avoid external influence in the political space. And then again, there are certain standards and measures that political parties are required to abide by. A registered political party should have offices in not less than 24 counties nationally. And a registered party should have membership that is not less than at least 1,000 in every 24, not less than 24 counties. And a political party should also be involved in informing the citizens on their ideologies, their manifestos, their strategic plan, which actually are the basis on which they are registered. And that, yes, actually certain jurisdictions have even affirmative action for emerging political parties. They are funded more so that they are able to be equal with already established political parties, which actually have been the opposite in Kenya. And when such funds come, those funds are supposed to help and aid in citizen the involvement and the participation of citizens in the democratic process, which actually has been lacking. And this movement actually have done just exactly the work of what the political parties ought to have been doing. So yes, I agree with you. When we question the use of those funds, if they're not utilized to enable and engage the citizen in the democratic process, then yes, that's a failure on themselves. Those such political parties should not exist. But as a party, I know we've not met, which is still probably the least funds. We actually have managed to manage ourselves, sustain ourselves, compete in that league. And then again, our accountability measures actually are being audited by Auditor General. So somebody can always access the research reports of various political party audits. And I must agree with you, those top political parties did not get a clean audit. So that is very true. And they should be made to account. And that is why when I'm talking about poorly managed political parties, like, maybe the first 5 top that you normally know, should not actually be the lens, the stereotype lens that we're using to judge emerging political parties that are fighting in the midst of all this to set up a political foundation where citizens matters, where citizens are at the center, where we advocate for justice. Because how can they advocate for justice when their hands are full of blood? How can they actually talk of meeting on knees when their pockets are bursting with the loots from our public coffers? But yes, there must be individuals who can turn around this narrative. And those individuals must have guts, which we have, and which you do. Actually, this is what is needed now. A gut that is going to put them right where they belong. Because for a long time, they've used fear. And as we said in our slogan, that when we lose our fear, they lose their power. We can't afford to be fearful. I know they are still trying to threaten individuals. They are still trying all manner of mechanisms to make sure that people are frustrated. But we've resolved that when we lose our fear, or we can only lose our fear in power of our numbers, because there's power in numbers. So if we continue with this clarion call, Fabish, and all comrades, and unite our thoughts, we should not focus so much on the things that divide us, but measure on weighty matters that can bring us together. There are minors that can pull us aside. There are minors that can derail us. And of course, I agree with you that even in the Gen Z's movement, they've created for us leadership. And those are some of the things that we need to address or publish. I still agree with our leaderless, with our partyless, with the tribeless, but we must structure ourselves in a way, because this movement didn't begin in a vacuum. And whoever thinks that it began in a vacuum actually is deceiving themselves. This movement began concretely from a source. That momentum and that source, from that source, if you miss it, then you'll not understand the movement. But if we all unite towards that cause, so that we render solutions to various fears, I am in agreement with you that it can't just have to be political. It can't just have a political view only. We cannot afford to fall into the trap of compartmentalization. I warned us even when they were compartmentalizing us into age groups. It's only the colonial master who divide and conquer. But this movement has specific elements or needs specific elements which if it miss, it may not be sustainable. Because when you look at the German Reformation in 1520, Martin Luther, when he rose against the Universal Church of Vatican, Catholic, and then they restored the dignity of Germany. That was the formation of Christian party. And it was being born out of a religious devotion, pure faith, which had no malice, like the things that we're seeing in religious organization today. Even the United States of America, founded by the Puritan in the 18th century, they were devout believers whose disciplines and focus spiritually was not questionable, not the current liberalism that we're being treated with to date. Even when China closed itself, Chinese first war against the West, which was an opium war, they were fighting from their, closing their borders from the West, pumping their young ones with opium and destroying their which is happening in our face today. So it required specific disciplines and value systems for them to succeed and to become economic giant that they are today. So as a nation, in my mother tongue, we say that sembe ipimo ginyamin. In other words, the fat of a ram is compared with another fat of a ram. Nationally, if we are to achieve our national goal, there are certain elements of the movement that we cannot actually miss out on. And that's why I am in agreement with you, Fabish, that it doesn't have to take just the political aspect. But those political arms must also be in place, and they must be undefiled with no admixture, tried and tested, as you've said, because we judge every tree by the fruit that it bears. We know these individuals who are sellout within the political field, people who think with their stomach, they have no vision, they have no conscience, they will sacrifice you instead of serving you. Instead of feeling you, they will fleece you. And this is what Ruto is doing. Even right now that people are giving him, if he actually was thinking about second chance, by now he would have put his house in order and started acting correctly. But look at what he's treating us to. Yeah, so he has no conscience, he lost it completely. Yeah, so the political movement must be a movement that have the interest of the citizen at heart. Facets of the society must function together in this movement for it to be effective. So religious organizations, and I know of religious leaders who are sound, whose doctrines are pure, not adulterated. And I know of Muslim leaders who are sound, whose doctrines are not adulterated, who are not sold out to their tummy, and can defend truth. Because you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, according to the good book. And when we are seeking for freedom, then that truth must come out clearly. In the same good book in Proverbs 12:17, it says, "He who speaks the truth works justice." And the same Proverbs 12, verse 28, last verse says, "And in the path of justice, there is no death." And that's Fabish, actually some of the spiritual inspiration that I do get. So if you have spiritual purity, whether I was shot 3 times. Here I am, I'm still able to speak. And I'm not saying that our brothers who passed and went 6 feet under were not walking in justice. No. I'm just telling us that as we continue, we need some divine intervention because we are fighting against forces. It is not just Ruto. It is not just IMF and the World Bank and the colonizers. These forces are of old. So we must arm ourselves. And this is why I must agree with you that we must be circumspect, not linear, and we must be very diverse, not be caught up in partisanship or in individualism, but let that vision and clarity of movement be our guide. And I believe even just one strike, I'm certain if the universe and the heavens are behind us, we will all rejoice that we attained the country that we longed for. We will restore our moral stock. We will see justice in this land. And we will actually pledge our loyalty pledge with sincerity, because that is the cause that all of us are devoted to.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to agree with you 100%. You know, the reason why I'm telling you that now, first we need to go where, you know, you talk of the spiritual part, of which I want to agree with you, because even this war, we are also fighting spiritually. And you know, they say there is a power in our tongues. When we started the movement, we said that we want to drain the swamp. And we said we want to take this country back to factory setting. The reason why now I'm not subscribing to any political outfit, it is because even after this movement, there are things that we need to revisit and see what has worked for this country and what has not worked. And also we have to know exactly what has hailed our country. One of the things that we cannot ignore is the ideologies that have been driving this country. One of the ideologies that we need to discuss is about the capitalistic ideology. We have been driven by the capitalistic ideology for the past 60 years. But we have clearly seen that it is not working for us because we are Africa. We are Ubuntu. In the spirit of Ubuntu, we were not capitalistic. In the spirit of Ubuntu, we were socialist. In the spirit of Ubuntu, we were kind of, communist, where we live, we believe in communal and social setup. But here, we were imposed the capital agenda. The capital agenda is what it has driven greed in our people. It has divided our people because of that capitalistic ideologies. It is the right time that we have to know what are we embracing, that it fits and go as per our cultures and as beliefs of Africa. Not everything we have to copy paste from the West. The problem that we are having now is that we have embraced Western culture. We are working on Western ideologies. And that is why we are getting everything wrong. So that's why I say even after the movement, I'm sure the country has to sit down and see whether we are going to change the pattern, whether we are going to have another kind of setup of governance, whether we are going to blend maybe socialism, capitalism, and of course communism, and we can blend together and see what it will sire. That at least, because this capitalism, it is majorly what has brought our problem, where you find we have 10 billionaires and 50 million who are poor. We cannot continue in this kind of system. We cannot continue in this kind of system. Another thing that we will hold a forum to discuss about this, and I will gladly host you, and maybe even you bring other comrades that they are conversant with politics, is, we have seen that in all African countries, when we are doing election, the first two candidates, they normally go to Royal Institute in London to go and be questioned there, to go and be interviewed, and of course to sign some, form of memorandum over there. Yet, we are the one electing them, but they have to go and answer questions somewhere else. Go and sign memorandum somewhere else. Go and make those MOUs with those foreign institutions. Yet, they're supposed to make MOUs with their bosses here back at home. We have gone deeper and know who are these people, that the people that we want to elect them, they have to go and legitimize their candidature over there. And we have found out that these people, they are actually the one driving the agenda, and they are the one that bringing these problems, including the Bill Gates. Is one of the sponsors of that Royal Institute, including those big names that you can mention, even this JB Morgan, the Tullow Oil, and many other institutions. So are we really independent? And that is why we are saying, first we have to desist ourselves from the political formation so that we can be able to free ourselves absolutely 100%. That is now when we can sit and have that our sovereignty back. Because these are the things that we are always failing to debate about, to discuss about. How are we going to stop the foreign infiltration? They are the ones that are funding, the political outfits. For you, just as today, if we go into this current setup, for you to be able to succeed and become president, you must go and sign some agreements with them over there. That is the reality, and those are the things that these politicians, they will never address. They don't want to talk about it. We don't know what kind of secrets they sign over there that they cannot come and divulge here. So that is why we have to discuss as a country and disassociate ourselves from any foreign institution whatsoever, from meddling from our leadership and our politics. That's why we are saying we have to drain the swamp and take country back to reset. We go back to the foundation and we start building afresh. Just as I know you are conversant with all these things that I'm talking about. Yeah. But in many platforms, they never tell us. So that is why we are saying to do this. And these politicians, they will never allow us to discuss these critical things. So now in Kenya, we need to be critical thinkers. So for us to be able to emancipate ourselves completely, those are the things that we need to face head on. And that is why Burkina Faso now, they are doing very well because they have really cut off themselves from those foreign infiltration. And that is what we need to do as a country for now. So we need to be discussing. That is why the reason I said, of course, we need you because by discussing about politics and political, affairs, we can be able to root out some things. So going forward, yes, we need to be having these forums, these platforms, and of course, anytime that you have that Zoom meeting, of course, I'd like maybe one day we can discuss in that political party and people around there, so we can be able to address these things. And people should understand when we say we don't want a political party, we have every reason. And even you, Justice, you know, these are the things that now we need first to discuss and understand. For the past 60 years, every electioneering year, we get leaders that we really trust them, we have confidence in them. But before even 2 years is over, we are back to where we were. For how long are we revolving this way? So that is why we are saying what we need, what this country needs is a revolution. And this revolution will act as a freedom movement. Freedom not only but for this country, but I mean not only from this regime, but we need a total freedom for the country. We have never gotten freedom. No one should lie to us. The freedom that we got in 1963 was not a freedom. Kuna nyimbo huwa tunaimba kila Disemba, tunaimbiwa, tunachezewa kwa maredio kwamba mzee wetu Kenyatta alipanda ndege akaenda mpaka Ulaya na aliporudi akarudi na katiba. Have we asked ourselves, hiyo katiba ilitoka wapi? Katiba ilitoka Lancaster. Iliandikwa na nani? And the same katiba, even this 2010 constitution, the same katiba, there are some clauses that find itself down to this constitution. And that is why we need now even to disassociate ourselves with Commonwealth. That Commonwealth is nonsense. That Commonwealth is the one that is bringing all these things that we are facing. They are not helping us. And yet, our sweat and blood, we are funding that Commonwealth. What is the essence? What is the benefit? These are the things that need to be discussed. Even that is why sometimes I laugh even when people are talking about African Union. How can you discuss African Union when you are still members of Commonwealth? First, you have to claim your sovereignty 100%. Then I will be able to form a union. And that is why even in this country, Kenya should be the first country to cut themselves off from the Commonwealth, because that is still chain of colonialism is still tied in our legs. But politicians will never address this. Watakuja kutuambia vile watajenga barabara, vile watajenga mashule, vile wataweka stima. Bado tuna revolve in the chains of colonialism. This country, we need now to be radical for us to have that freedom 100%. Yes, I'm Xavier.
Thank you, Fabish. Continue. I have now come to think that we are like-minded, and more unites us than divides us, and that's how a movement is formed. I like what Justice has been saying. Really not been familiar with the freedom and is it justice and freedom or justice and peace? Justice and Peace Party, I think. And I really believe
Justice and Freedom Party.
Yes. And so
this Justice and Freedom Party that was associated with our fallen comrade, Justice Juma, that was killed by Ruto.
Okay. That's really good. I think it's the spirit of Jacob Juma that is speaking in him, because you can listen to him for hours without getting bored.
And that is the reason why we are having Justice here, because we have to honor Jacob Juma. We know that he's a fallen comrade, and we can never leave him. In fact, even after removing Ruto, we must, even if it means that airport, we name Jacob Juma. He's our hero. If Jacob Juma was alive, maybe the politics of this country could have been
very different. You remember Jacob Juma was very involved in the mineral issue, and that is what actually caused his death. And I think that is the issue now they're discussing with the Adanis and other African American conglomerates to come and mine that mineral, because Jacob Juma had actually enumerated the amount of minerals. He was talking of trillions those days, and nobody could even come to terms with it. We thought, Jacob Juma is not really serious. But now it's been found out that we have actually not trillion, almost a figure that you cannot estimate, of mineral wealth in Kwale, in Taita Taveta, in the Savo, all those areas, a lot of minerals. And we have coal in Kitui, we have a lot of minerals. I think we have the oil was underestimated by the British. We have a lot of oil. So if we are led to explore, exploit our resources, Kenya will become like Saudi Arabia or Libya. We can have such an economy where everybody has free education, people are given the first house is bought for you, things like that. Kenya can afford to do these things. But as long as we stay, now coming to the point, as long as we stay with the colonial mentality, because our government was actually established from a colonial, that constitution that we received was actually colonially drafted. And that's why Kenyatta, the colonialists needed Kenyatta, because Kenyatta was actually, I don't want to go to a lot of history, but I just want to say, Kenyatta, by the choice of Kenyatta, was not the best choice for Kenya. Actually, Odinga did the first mistake, Jaramogi, because he said we cannot take the government without our teacher Kenyatta. And Kenyatta comes in, and they claim he's Mau Mau, and put him through the detention thing in Kapenguria, the trial, just so that Kenyans can we vote emotionally. So we started, people of Kenya, especially the Kikuyus, the people of Mount Kenya, started now associating that with their own Mau Mau, the suffering and such. So people voted for Kenyatta from sympathy that he has been mistreated by the British and all that kind of thing. But it was an arrangement. Now, come to the problems we have today. They started in 1973 when Kenyatta allowed civil servants to work and to have business with government. That is never done anywhere else, even in that Commonwealth we talk about. So we are actually a mongrel country. We are run by policies from UK, we are run by policies from US, and now China is involved. So you don't know what is which. That's why our economy continues to be so confused, while we could actually be a first world country like Singapore. Malaysia, 1979, 71. Malaysia, we were at the same level. They actually came, the Malaysian government sent a delegation to come and find out on palm oil production and coconut. And British Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi are the ones who went to train the Malaysians. And now Malaysia has a full-fledged palm oil and coconut production facility. All of our crude oil, crude palm oil comes from there, from Malaysia. While Kenya has enough ecosystem around Lake Victoria, all that zone, you can grow palm nuts. In Mombasa, in all this range from Kwale, going all the way to Lamu, you can grow a lot of palm oil and coconut. So just to reiterate the point is that we have to depart. In the future dispensation, we have to depart from going just before you're elected, you go and answer some questions somewhere in London, I don't know what they call it, organization, and then you pass by US, and go there and take a photo with some politicians. And we have to desist from that. Now, my second point, the issue of a Trump win. Election in the US is 3 days away. Like it or not, we are still captive to these powers. And to a greater or lesser extent, you saw Bill Gates being given what? They call it what? Protection from, I see Mataya here. Hi, Mataya. So I see the US government involvement in our matters is always there. Now they're asking for another place to build a base in Lokichogyo, not Lokichogyo, anyway, near the Sudan-Ethiopia border. And they want also to enlarge the one in Lamu. And I think there's another one somewhere. So they want to make a fully fledged kind of military occupation of Kenya. In other words, we, the enemies of America, become our enemies. And that's why we got all the Al-Qaeda, all the Al-Shabaab fighting. So one of our ultimatum of dropping Adani and what was the other thing we are saying? The Adani airport, the Ketraco deals, and of course, the globalist agenda of Bill Gates. That should be amplified. We can deal with the American government, but we don't want agents, undercover agents. If we are dealing with the US, let's deal directly with the country so that they come through the diplomatic protocols and not through agencies, through Bill Gates, who actually is behind the coronavirus, because they were discussing how they're going to manage the world population, that the world cannot hold more than 10 billion people. And if it continues the way it is going, we will be there by 2050, and then what, blah, 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 blah. So COVID was a population control. And to make it worse, it goes deeper and now comes to Kenya to be his pilot place where he's piloting. Because they know when they have Kenya, they have Africa. By the way, it was just demonstrated to me this morning. I was listening to one person, I don't want to name him here, but it was demonstrated to us that actually, of course, we know anthropologically that Kenya is the whatever of mankind, is the cradle of mankind. Yeah, I think everybody knows that. Olduvai Gorge and the Mary Leakey and all that stuff. So the world is in agreement that if you get Kenya, you get Africa. That's why this man was received in Washington and actually sat on the chair gleefully, laughing and smiling on the chair of Biden in the White House. And that is where he was recruited into Illuminati. This guy is operating under Illuminati. I'm not afraid to say so. Illuminati is controlling him, even the behaviors he's doing, the killings. The killings are Illuminati. They thrive on blood, on human blood. So the more you shed, the higher your rank goes. So just so that I can finish my rant, we have to be very wary of this guy. He is ready to kill at any excuse. In fact, he's baying, blood. He's baying for blood. He's waiting for guys to just come out. You remember what this Farah Maalim was talking about? He later said, "Oh no, I was speaking about Somaliland." No, Farah Mohammed is a spokesman of the not Muslim, but the Somali takeover. I think I was also reading here that soon and very soon the Somalis will be military. They're already in the defense. They're already in That's why Duale was being appointed there. Anyway, I'm ranting. What I'm saying is we have to be very wary. We have to go back to zero and make sure that our country, even the constitution, is indigenous based. We have a unique, the constitution is good, but it has elements which make us like a mongrel. We're not sure whether we are capitalistic, whether we are democratic, whether we are multi-party, whatever. It's just total confusion. So what I'm saying here is that our movement should remain pure and partyless. But people like Justice, who we are aligning with, even their name alone, Justice and Peace. That's what we've been looking for in Kenya. We had, within Moi, during Moi era, we had peace, yes, but no prosperity. But now we want to have peace in prosperity. That should be our mantle. That should be our calling. So the Justice and Peace Party is a very apt name. But again, as you said, Fabish, we also want Ubuntu spirit to come back. That is the spirit that we ran in Africa for millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and we had enough for everybody. There was no situation of starvations, famines, and all this kind of stuff. So the Bill Gates people agenda has to be resisted. The next, after Safaricom, we want to make sure Bill Gates Foundation, Bill Gates nonsense is out of Kenya even before we take power. That is part of our, should be part of our clarion call, that Bill Gates and his company and Chase Bank, no, it is Chase Bank, that they have now opened an account. And you know that is where the Eurobank funds were transacted. Anyway, all this, if that branch of Chase Bank or whatever bank it is, JP Morgan should not be allowed to have a bank in Kenya. That should be the next place we should be going for. Thank you for allowing my rant, because I'm kind of emotional because of what I listened this morning from a certain apostle. I will not name him, but he's hitting it off the ballpark, what is happening in Kenya. And he has confirmed by July 7th, Ruto will have no power. He will be in Hague, dead, or in jail. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Those are the things that we need to address now. Si mambo tena na mabarabara, we need to address. The reason why nimependa justice and freedom, yes, but can we realize that freedom? When we are talking of freedom, we have to discuss at length what is the freedom that we are talking about. Yeah, you know, we need now, that is why what I'm saying, we need first to disassociate ourselves with the political party. Before now we come with a political party, we have to interrogate the principles of a political party and political ideology. We have to interrogate in deeper length. Not just coming with a name. Yes, indeed, I want to agree 100% just as that, yes, we need a party that is inscribed with a freedom and justice, of course, because since independence or the purported independence, we have never seen justice in this country. Since independence or the purported independence, we have never exercised freedom in this country. Yes, and many countries in Africa, but now we are not interested first. First, we have to clean our house before going to the, you know, Pan-Africanism level. So when we talk of freedom, we have to know at what length. Because sisi ni kama mbuzi ule amefungwa kamba shingoni, umeruhusiwa kukula nyasi, lakini kuna mahali huwezi kufika, manake hiyo kamba iko shingoni. That is the kind of freedom tulipatiwa 1963. Tulipatiwa freedom, lakini kamba iko shingoni. So, ndio Wakenya muelewe kwamba tukisema kwamba tunahitaji movement, ni kwa nini? Hii movement tunahitaji si ya kujikomboa kwa Ruto peke yake, lakini kwa kujikomboa kutoka minyororo ya utumwa ambao tangu koloni hatujawahi kujikomboa mpaka leo. And that is why the reason wale watu walipigania uhuru wa nchi, maumau wale wa kweli, walikufa maskini oehahe, hawakuwahi kuenjoy their blood and sweat for this country. Because why? the elements of oppressor, the elements of oppression, the elements of colonialism is still very live and active in this country. We still have what we call foreign dependency. Leo hii kama unakopeshwa pesa na mtu, unakuwa mtumwa wa huyo mtu. Those are the things that we need to interrogate. Ukikuja kutusaidia, what are the arrangements? What are those things that are attached to that aid you are giving me? Is it coming with dignity? Or it is coming as an insult? Or it is coming for me to be your slave? It is coming for me to bow unto your knees always. So, and we cannot address these things because anytime that we have political formation, they are infiltrated. Saizi tunaongea mambo ya IBC, and already American are putting their mouth inside the electoral body system. There is no election ambayo itasemekana kwamba ni credible bila America na UK and other Western powers putting their signature. But when they are doing their election over there, they don't care whether you approve or no. They don't care. You are an entity. You don't even exist. They do their things. But when you are doing your own, they must come, they must oversight, they must manage, they must fund, they must direct. And yet we are claiming that we are an independent country. But the problem that we have is that even after having leaders for those 60 years, they never address those issues. They are never interested to address. They just play along because they have been promised. And that is why we have the corrupt cartels, the corrupt ministers that are known, but they cannot go to jail because it is by design. And that is why tunasema it is only revolution that is a cure of this country. Revolution is not only about Ruto, but it is about the historical injustices. Revolution is about a true absolute independence of this country. The time that we will succeed in this revolution, that is the time that we will need a blank page so that we can now write our history fresh. That is the time that we will go again to Mount Kenya and hoist the flag of freedom. The flag that we hoisted in 1963 was not a flag of freedom. It was just a cosmetic. So we have to understand why we have to hide this spirit of revolution. So revolution itaweza kuklia. So when we are talking of draining the swamp, it is not just because of words, but it has a deeper meaning than what we understand when we talk of draining the swamp. It has a very deeper meaning. When we talk of going back to factory setting, it has a very deeper meaning for this country. So nawaambia wale ambao tunasikizana hapa, anyone that you participate in this revolution, you will enter a book of history, because I tell you, this will be the beginning of this country. But if we continue in this setup, hata saizi tuseme tu kwamba ati Ruto ana resign alafu tukimbili buru tulete this political party tuingiza hapo, we will still have the same problem. And that is why, in my opinion, it might not be popular, it might not sound sweet to our ears, but if you just sit down and have time to digest and even evoke your spiritual eye to see, and that your spiritual ear to listen carefully, you will understand kwamba The problem that we have in this country is not only about this regime. When we talk of the system, people don't understand. System is not the PS. System is a cornerstone where this country is built. And that is why we are saying we need to approve that cornerstone and replace. I know maybe kwa sasa inawezekana ni kuzungumza tunazungumza, hatutaelewa, lakini naomba Mungu atupatie uhai, atupatie afya, tuishi miaka mingi. Kama siku moja utakuja kukumbuka hii maneno, because najua no matter how long it will take, one day we will come and have the same conversation. My brothers and sisters, one day, I am not a prophet, mi si mganga, but I want to tell you, there is something that I already see. The problem that we have, some people, they rush and say, it is a political problem that needs a political solution. I say no, it is not a political problem that needs a political solution. There is a very deep-rooted problem that we have in this country. That is a problem. We are still under the chain of our colonial masters. Hiyo nyororo imezidi kutukaza. And that is why it has reached a point where even the veins have been narrowed. There's a problem. We don't only need a political solution. We need to free ourselves from the bondage. If we continue living in this bondage, I'm telling you, we will never prosper no matter what. Even if we bring Pope to be president of this country. We have to go to that problem from the roots. But I tell you, that way, that direction, it is a very difficult path to follow. It is a very difficult path to follow. The reason why mtu kama Raila Odinga hajawahi kuwa president, it is now that he has understand himself na akaanza sasa naye kuingia na kuplay along like them. But it's because his ideologies were not compatible with those ideologies of our oppressor. But at some point, he became conflicted and he lost the track. This country is haunted by the blood of our freedom fighters. That they did not get justice, they did not get to enjoy their blood and sweat. And also their cries of freedom is still ringing in the heart of this country. So not unless first we go for that freedom, not unless we go and fight for that freedom, the spirit of those fallen heroes will never leave this country to rest. That is the reality, and that is the problem that is handling this country. So, that is my opinion. Ndio nilikuwa nasema, after the movement, we don't need to rush to have a political outfit to govern this country. We will need to have a transitional body that will be comprised from the 47 counties and representing all the tribes of Kenya, including religion and the marginalized group. Then now we will come now and dwell. Tunaanza kutoa kama vile mtu unabagua mchele, unachagua mchele. One problem after the other. The injustices, the land injustices, historical land injustices. Tunaanza kuaddress moja moja. We make us to make sure that we have that total freedom. Disassociate ourselves from foreign infiltration, including, nimesema, first, is kuhakikisha kwamba tumekata uhusiano with Commonwealth. We don't need to be a member of Commonwealth in whatsoever. Commonwealth does not benefit us. It only benefits them. And yet we are funding them. They never do anything for us for free. And even if sometimes they purport to help us, it is our money that they are taking. And again, they come and give us our money and purport to help us. They have the monopoly of taking our resources. We need to disassociate ourselves and claim our sovereignty, claim our independence, claim our freedom. Yes, so, yeah, Matea, I will come to you shortly. Then let me get Justus, if maybe you have something to say, then I'll get back to you. And of course, you know what to do because we need to rejuvenate our spirit. So Justus, kindly just hold on. Matea, I don't even want you to speak. I just want you to take us and remind ourselves our patriotism. Please play for us something. Give us national anthem. Let us remind ourselves the spirit of our heroes. Asante Matea. Hii nyimbo tutaendelea kucheza kila wakati because inashinda nyimbo yote ile unaweza kusikiza. Lazima tujikumbushe. Lazima tujue kwamba ni wajibu wetu kulinda taifa letu la Kenya against the internal oppression or external oppression. Ni wajibu wetu, ni wajibu wangu, ni wajibu wako. Wale watunzi ambao walitunga hii nyimbo, actually they were inspired. It was not just a song that just came. These are people that were inspired. Wakati wote lazima tujikumbushe hiyo maneno, word by word. We can understand our responsibility to protect this country, our responsibility to demand the better for this country, our responsibility to make sure that in every generation, as we hand over the country to the next generation, we always have to make sure that we are handing over a better country than we found it. That should be the spirit of this country. It is very sad that anytime we hand over this country to the next generation, we are handing over a country of cries, a country of injustice, a country of oppression. And this circle will continue and continue. And that is why every generation, they keep on crying, they keep on fighting, they keep on suffering. Until some people, they regret being born in this country. They begin to curse even a creator who created them in this country. We cannot continue like this. We have the ability, we have the power, we have the zeal, we have the courage to turn around this country. It is a high time that we must understand that changing this country is a personal responsibility. No one will do for you. It's not a politician. It's not a political class. It's not a group of people. They are not clergy. They are not those foreign. They are not those Western powers. But it is our power. So, Justus, tumekuweka hapa sana. Kindly, you can give us closing remarks and anything you want to tell us, and we'll appreciate.
Thank you so much. I feel more inspired. Oh, I'm burning. I'm ready to go. And this inspiration should reverberate across the nation. Let it reach every Kenyan, and may they know that this is the right time. And I agree with you. Freedom is not given, it's taken. And the process is unilateral. It requires all of us. And if we collectively come out, yes, we can. And thank you for the number of issues you've raised. Allow me to pick just on a few, especially when we talked about the capitalism policy and which policies should we follow. And you also raised issue on our sovereignty, especially to the external forces. And then Matea raised an issue on the relevant constitution that can enhance constitutionalism. I'll just share something about them briefly on which economic policy is suitable. Interesting enough, in my research, the good book in Jeremiah 6:16 says, when you're in crossroads, go back to the ancient paths where you lost the way and you shall find rest for your soul. And the old times and various economic models that we've had in the world, because capitalism is where you get value, you get a reward for the value that you put. And then communism is where we get value for the reward that we put. We get rewarded for the value that we put. So it's still a we. But then I found another interesting economics policy. We will be discussing this, and we've been discussing this in Justice and Freedom Party. And tailor-making our economic policies to be more suitable around similar to this. And this economic policy was in Ethiopia. Ethiopia happened to be the only country in Africa that is. And when you read into the reasons to why they were able to be so tight and not be vulnerable to external inducement, one secret lies around their economic policy, which is called the 10 Commandments. And I'm so surprised. Even me, when I heard the name, I was like, wait a minute, it was called 10 Commandments. But in this case, in this economic policy, there is a value to everyone, even whoever has not added any input, even to the poor, the weak and the vulnerable, the widows. They were still benefiting from the economic proceeds of that given community. So there was no one who was lacking. So no one could be corrupted. No one would be could be vulnerable to external inducement. No wonder when the external forces came, no one was willing to sell out the country. Patriotism was 100%. But when you go to capitalism, where you get value based on your input, or a communism where we get value based on our input, you may miss out a certain element of the society. And actually, the majority of our society today, as we speak, are the poor. So when we talk about reward for value, we may actually not factor in a majority of our constituents, of our citizens, who needs to be brought to the table or be brought to par so that they can also continue adding value. Because for us to eradicate poverty, then we must have policies that are suitable, that are contextual, and that are relevant to the people. Yeah, so there is even a better proposal of another economic policy called 10 Commandments. On sovereignty, it is really disturbing that even recently World Health, WHO, and UN were tabling a requisition for them to have more sovereign authority over their member states, because as it stands, it has been corporate based. But when they're asking for sovereign authority, it means that now they can even supersede your sovereign authority as citizens that we've given to ourselves through the Constitution, and sovereignly administer specific orders. Like now the corona thing, if everybody must be vaccinated, this time it will not come from your government, it will come straight from them. And you've seen what Bill Gates are capable of. But guess what? Ruto is the first person who signed these things. So when we're talking about Ruto being incompetent, it's not just about a blame game. We don't just hate Ruto, but Ruto is incompetent. He is tying us into certain key decisions that actually required public participation, if possible, a referendum. Why would you give out our sovereign authority just because of you're a member of a UN? And that, actually, I think they're escalating it down, and these issues are also affecting AU. So if we want to restructure these issues and understand about the significance of our sovereignty, then we must have leadership. A leadership of us, not a leadership of them. And Motea, when you raised an issue on the Constitution, well, during the Constitution before 2010, in our participation, we raised a number of concerns in terms of the most suitable constitutional model, because they give us about 5 types of constitutions in the world. Constitution as a frame of government, the United States one, and the Constitution as a code, the German one. The Constitution as a revolution manifesto, like the Cuban, like the Libyan. The Constitution as a modern adaptation to the ancient tradition, the Israeli or the British one. And then the Constitution as a political ideal, which is mostly in the colonialized states. And this type of constitution, they say it is a replacement replacement colonialism or colonizer. And it has significances. Some of its behaviors is constant amendments. And when you look at the other models, like frame of government where people constitute themselves among the aliens, we've seen how ruthless and how racist Americans have been. I think after 1967, that is when they were even amending their constitution to allow the blacks to vote. And we ask ourselves, and also the constitution as a code, the rigid one, like the German one, and then again the constitution as a modern adaptation to the ancient tradition, which is now the British are using, and the Israeli are using. This type of constitution is not a written constitution; it's a society modernizing their ancient traditions, their spiritualities, their religious practices, and is not written. So I ask the experts then who were making the constitution, which model actually was suitable for us? Because as Kenyans, do we still want to continue with the constitutional model which the colonialists used to set political ideals that are not attainable? And in most of the cases, they use the constitution in the political ID setup to remove the leaders. Or should we have a suitable constitution that is relevant to us? And when I visited, we shared various types of constitutions that were existing in this country. When they went to Lancaster, Njuru Ncheke had a written constitution that they sent there, and it was never adopted. Wekavirondo Zonagis, they had a constitution that was never accepted. We've had constitutions, we've constituted ourselves before the coming of the colonialists. We didn't have jails, we didn't have orphanages, and at criminal level, criminality was low. No one was throwing away their old people into old people's home. No one was throwing away their children into children's orphanages. How was the community taking care of itself? There was no neighbor who could eat, have plenty, and the other neighbor is lacking. The community was structured and it was effective, it was in order. This model of constitution worked for us. And actually, this is what the British and the Israeli stole from us. And that's what they're using to rule themselves. It's not a written constitution. So if we were to go back to being who we are, then we must then begin to discuss the correct constitutional model. But when we put on us a constitution as a political ideal, an abstract ideal that is not attainable, that can only be used as a check and balance to remove and control whoever they put in place, whoever they want in leadership, why should we keep on rewarding the colonialists when we have opportunities to liberate ourselves? Yeah, so this model of constitution still is not viable, is not suitable. So Fabish, those are hard facts that can make me agree with you that yes, we can suspend the constitution and call for a revolution, an extreme departure, then lay a proper foundation and a proper framework that can help, that is contextual, that is of us, that is relevant to this geographical location. I guess I can share more, but if you allow me, I think I can land at that. And I want to appreciate you for this session. Remain steadfast. Do not turn to the left, do not turn to the right. Keep forward. And we are behind you, we are together. I am certain that we shall make it happen. This is very possible. Let's keep moving. I appreciate all of us, and thank you so much for giving me audience. I'm looking forward to more. Have a blessed night.
Thank you. And don't forget to mobilize for us. We'll be expecting that you will be one of a great mobilizer about 11/11. And yes, we will engage even privately on other strategic matters on how we are going to mobilize the way going forward on fast about 11/11, so that we can be able, because movement revolution is about building momentum. So we need a good mobilization because we have to get good numbers.
Thank you. I'm committed. Count me in all that you do. Just keep me posted.
Thank you. Matea, do you have something to add on Justus before you go?
Yeah. I just wanted to be able to reply to him before he left. Yeah, I mean that's I'm of the same mind. You know, how are we supposed to use something that's outside of Kenya or the geographical area to benefit people in that geographical area? It doesn't make any sense. So to have, you know, we don't need to do that again to replace it with something else. It's going to be. Sorry, there's cans flying around my porch and stuff. We don't need to replace that again with something that's going to have, you know, maybe it works for a few years, but then in eventuality, it's going to end up shifting back to the same thing. and allowing outside influence. So, I mean, that's just my brief thoughts. I absolutely agree, 110%. But
Xavier?
Yes, thank you very much, Fabish, for giving me this time. And I'm just calming myself down because the revolutionary fervor is so great in me. Now, if you allow me, I wanted our friend Matea to play the song interlude, but I also have it here. If you don't mind, I can play it.
Okay, I thought maybe you have something. Okay, thank you so much, Justus. You are free to keep on conversation with us, but if you have other engagement, thank you for joining us.
But I can make my submission and then play the song at the end. Maybe Justus can remain around to see what he can pick for just 5 minutes, 3 minutes. If that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to read to us all an excerpt from Che Guevara's biography when he was addressing the last speech he made while in Africa. Che's last speech on the African continent was also swan song as a public figure, or as it is sometimes discreetly referred to in Cuba. There's a Cuban language there. On February 25th in Algiers, speaking before the Second Economic Seminar of African-Asian Solidarity, Che discarded all ambiguity, called upon the socialist powers to disinterestedly support third world liberation movements and to underwrite the cost of transforming their underdeveloped nations into the socialist societies. He addressed the 40-odd African and Asian delegations represented as a colorful array of third world states, newly independent nations, and active guerrilla movement as brothers. Then, on behalf of the people of America, Che defined the cause that united his part of the world to theirs, the common aspiration to defeat imperialism. There are no frontiers. Now, I jump and go to the main part of it. There are no frontiers in this struggle to the death. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of what occurs in any part of the world. A victory for any country against imperialism is our victory, just as any country's defeat is a defeat for all of us. The practice of proletarian internationalism is not only a duty for the people who struggle for a better future, it's also an inescapable necessity. If there were no other basis for unity, the common enmity should constitute one. Therefore, he argued, it was not only in their vital interest, but a duty of the developed socialist countries to help make the separation between the new underdeveloped nations and the capitalist world effective. From all of this, Che said, conclusion must be drawn that the development of the countries that now begin the road to liberation must be underwritten by socialist countries. We say in this manner without the least desire to blackmail anyone or to be spectacular. It is a profound conviction that will provoke a new fraternal attitude towards humanity and the individual level in the society that he builds or has been built by socialism, and also on a world level in relation in all the peoples who suffer after imperialistic oppression. Thank you. To me, there are no two ways. Kenya has to go either socialist or communist. We cannot continue to be capitalist. And this is what Che was saying in 1962 in Algiers, after independence of Algeria. I think I needed to read that. And that was part of my submission, which I was reading. And then if there's an input from our friend Justus, he can do an input on that we are leading socialist. Our parties have to have a socialist approach rather than a capitalistic and imperialistic approach. Thank you. And then I'll play the song after Justice.
Yeah, and so just as you continue on with engagement, you need to now broaden your mind, because this kind of conversation is where the country now should be heading. Now you understand exactly why we are saying that now first we need to disassociate ourselves first from political parties' ideologies. Then we just come as a movement. Then after the movement now we can know which model of ideology do we subscribe to, because we have practiced these ideologies for the past 60 years. It has not worked for us, and it has even created more distraction for us. It has brought injustices, it has bred corruption, it has bred, name them. So it is a time that a country, that is why I cannot repeat myself, because we say that we have to go back to resetting. That is now when we sit down as a country and discuss which path do we take. We cannot continue in this journey because it has led us to no destination. So where was our destination? Our destination was a country that is headed to prosperity. But now, why are we not getting to that prosperity? That means we have been, sojourning in the wrong path. What do we need to do? We need to get the compass, make a about turn, make a U-turn, and now locate our right path. So that is why it is very imperative for us that we should forget about the political parties that are always, subscribing to these Western ideologies. So first is let's engage in the movement. Let's remove this regime and the associates. Then now we sit back as a country. That is now when we say we are redeeming back the country. When the country is in our hands now, then now we can chart our path towards our destination. Thank you.
I really appreciate. Thank you too, because our country, the mindset of our ancient foundation is very dynamic and progressive. Yes, so I agree with you in terms of policy. There is nothing that is cast on a stone, and for us to keep on modernizing our ancient tradition, will always be dynamic and will always be open to what is contextual and what is more suitable. So I agree with you so much. I agree with you in terms of economic policy. And may you be blessed. I'm ready. I'm on call. Anytime I'll join you. Viva. May people's power reign.
Thank you so much.
So can I play an interlude?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hope my computer is gonna cooperate.
Before you do that, Elder, was that the song you sent me yesterday?
Yes, I sent you the same song.
I think let's use a Matea on. I think you own have issue.
Some problems, yeah. Okay, Matea can play it for us. Thank you.
Yeah. I got you. Don't worry about it. We have our resident DJ and ambassador, Mateo Correa. Hold on. Go back to your thing from yesterday. Give me just a moment, folks.
So while Matea is searching, I just want to echo our socialist brother, our peace and and peace and development, peace and what? And justice. We have to put in a socialistic Ubuntu in whichever party we are going to form or join or be joined by. We have to have a socialist approach, which encompasses Ubuntu, because capitalism is all about how much you can acquire from the system, how much you can buy, and it's not worked for us. We need to lean more socialistic. Thank you. Thank you, Fabish. You have your space now. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, because Kenya is a great country that we are supposed to be proud of, but it is very unfortunate that some few people, they have decided to make this country a very difficult country to live. Hiyo kukanyaga nchi yetu na heshima ndio kitu ambayo imepotea. So hatuwezi kuendelea kukosa kuenjoy nchi yetu nzuri hii ambayo tulipatiwa na Mungu. Mungu alituweka hapa kwa sababu
Alafu watu wachache tu wanaenda wanakaa chini kwa kikao, wanatupora, wakishajaza matumbo yao wanakuja sasa kututishia sababu matumbo wamejaa, na matumbo wamejaa sio tu kwa kuwa ni jasho yao, sio tu kwa kuwa ndio walikuwa werevu sana, sio tu ndio walikuwa wajasiriamali wale wakubwa ambao walifanya kazi kwa bidii, lakini ni jasho letu, damu ya mababu zetu ndio wamechukua. It's very sad. Saa zingine unaishiwa hata na maneno ya kusema, lakini hata si hiyo peke yake ndio inafanya kwamba una feel sad. You feel sad kuwa even in the midst of this there are still people who are worshiping them. That is even what is making so sad. Kuwa mtu anakupora alafu bado unamuinamia. Kuwa mtu anakupora alafu bado unampigia magoti. Kuwa mtu anakunyanyasa. Kuwa mtu anakutapikia lakini bado unampigia makofi. Mpaka tunawaombea. Mpaka tuko na mapasta ambao wanawekea mikono. Mpaka tuko na mapasta ambao wanasema kwamba wanawabariki. Yani, it makes us even question our sanity. And that is what anybody that is playing loyalty to these people, I always question your sanity and even question your reasoning. And that is why, in my own personal opinion, the way I judge you, if you are kneeling down for these people, I'll call you an animal. And the reason why I call you an animal is because I always say this. The difference, the distinction between a human being and an animal is the ability to reason. If you are a human being and you lose that ability to reason, then you are no different from an animal in the bush. That is the distinction between we human beings and animals. So when we are treated like animals, while we are people that we can reason, we see things not going right, but we choose to keep quiet. We see people oppressing us, but we keep worshiping them. We see people robbing us, but we continue clapping for them. We see people killing us, but we continue praying for them. Until when? We are being micromanaged by very few people. These people, they are not even wise. They don't even reason well.
Rubbish.
They are not smart. But they can be able to control even the smartest brains in our society. We have seen a lot of smartest brains in our society, but they are bowing down for these idiots. Now, ujui kuwa sasa, kwa nini, why are we feeling sad? Is it for the oppressors or for the people who are supporting these oppressors and bowing down for them? Yes, I'm Savior.
Yeah, I just wanted to save you from the anguish. I know everybody has some anguish we are feeling, but let this be a moment. After playing that music, I think it should encourage us to know the struggle is real and it is going to go on, because after Shea said these things, 5 years later he was dead, but we can read them today. In short, what we are saying, this movement is not going to be like any other. In fact, I now am convinced we shall actually, at the end of it, we shall actually do more than we even expected, and we will be bigger than the June 24th movement. We will be a total overhaul. These people are asking, the Gen Z and the Gen Z, rather, on June 24th were asking for repeal of one bill, Finance Bill 2024. But here we are saying we want repeal of all the draconian constitution. We want amendment in our constitution. We want us to be a country leaning socialist, and Ubuntu should be our mantle. Therefore, going forward, let's not lament. Let us stop feeling pitiful. I know sometimes we lack words. Sometimes we are so emotional, like myself. I can hardly even speak when I consider what has happened to our beautiful country. But that song reminds us that Kenya was one time, 90, this was before 70. This song, I think, was sung in 71 or 70, thereabout, before the 73 Ndegwa Commission that allowed civil servants to do business with government. And from there, it was downwards all the way to the Moi era. And later, Kibaki tried to revive the ship, but he did not address the fundamental. If I can say one failure of Kibaki, economically, he did very well. But political management, he failed very miserably. Because how do you hand over? How do you hand over to a bunch of crooks? Yeah, he had the power to say, no, these two cannot participate. Me as your president, I'm saying, I have seen the problem they can cause, and these two cannot participate. Anybody other than Uhuru and Mr. Ruto. I can't even pronounce that word. I cannot say President Ruto, never came out of my mouth. I actually went into a depression after Ruto was sworn as president. Fabish, to tell you the truth. I could not. I had gone that I will never go to Kenya as when Ruto is president. And see me, I want to come to Kenya to see my mother. So that really pains me so hard that we can have a president like Ruto, the butcher of Sugoi, to be our president. That really is painful. How did we get here? Yeah, it is a system that progressively got worse and worse. Now it is at its worst. We are having politicians, the scum of the earth is what is our leaders, our politicians. We have no parliament. That's our demand for dissolution of parliament. Mr. Chief Justice retired emeritus had said that the parliament is not constitutional because it does not adhere to third gender rules. So we have a way of dismissing this parliament, other than even just recalling the MPs. Now, the Supreme Court, we have given them a test and they have failed. So we have no government in Kenya. Right now, it's time for takeover. We have no government. Because we thought maybe the Chief Justice, the judiciary would be the savior. But they accept an illegality. How do you have already by midnight, you have a Kenya Gazette out, and there's a case in court at the lower court. Yeah. Suppose now the judgment of the Supreme Court comes out. I think somebody wrote there in Twitter this morning, one of the senior lawyers. What would happen now if the Supreme Court was to come later and say, no, that was unconstitutional, therefore is null and void? What do we do with Kindiki? What do we do with Gachagua, with all these things? So we should be demanding resignation of Ruto and the end of that government. If he wants to go abroad to hide, it's okay. If he wants to go to jail, we take him to jail. Or if he insists, we send him to Zayuni, where he promised us mambo ni matatu. Yeye mwenyewe mdomo yake alitamka mambo ni matatu kwa watu wenye wanaleta corruption. I think he was prophesying for himself. Either utoke nchi, uende jela, ama uende Sayuni. So those are the choices we should be providing to Ruto. Anyway, I wish I can calm down. It's not good for my heart after the accident I had. But this is the revolutionary favor that we are asking for. We are not here begging. We are demanding. As Mataya wrote it up there, we are demanding. We cannot go with a begging bowl to Ruto because he will give us nothing. In fact, he's going to take the little we have. Around Sugoi, I have intel. He has bought out all that land around there. Yeah, nobody is comfortable. And you cannot ask anywhere because where will you go? The land ministry is occupied by his sycophants. The governor of Wasingishu is a sycophant. The senator is a sycophant who actually managed to buy the land for Ruto in the guise of they're taking people abroad or they're giving them alternative land. I have made it my life goal now. I'm going back to Miguna's school, Osgood School of Law. It's right here, 5 minutes walk from where I am right now. And I'm signing up to go and do my JD because my lifetime goal after retirement is to make sure if somebody has not taken Ruto to ICC, me and Miguna, we have discussed and decided we are going to do it single-handedly, pro bono for Kenya. This guy has to end up, whether now or after his leadership, he has to go to Hague, answer for the killings, answer him and his lawyer, this Kindiki. As I think it is just as we were saying, these are the people who did that killings on the 25th using mercenaries. Actually, we have intel. Mercenaries were from Uganda, from Burundi, not Rwanda. Uganda, Burundi, and US CIA was involved. So we are not dealing with a common element, a common criminal. This is now international criminal, only second to Pablo Escobar. So we have to be at least we knew what Escobar was transacting. This guy is transacting lives of people. He's worse than Escobar. We really have to get up. I don't care. The remaining days of my life can be spent fighting Ruto until he's out of this earth and having paid penance. We are going to convert, in my own mind, convert Sugoi, that mansion he built. We have to make it the first jail, maximum jail for people who have been accused, presidents in Africa, who have done genocide and have done economic sabotage of their countries. Thank you for allowing me to rant. And now I will become listening behind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think even we are going to take a break so that we can continue strategizing. And tomorrow we can come with more and bigger strategies, because the big day is approaching. And yes, we need to put all hands on deck. Kwa hivyo, if anyone on the listeners want to chime in and give us any closing remarks, you are welcome. And if there is none, thank you everyone for being with us, amplifying the voices, putting our voices together, being in the movement, and let us be all assured that we will reap the fruits. Let's just continue with that spirit. Hakuna kurudi nyuma, hakuna kukufa moyo. We know in the movement, not everyone that we are starting the journey with tutamaliza pamoja. There are those that they might be fatigued. There are those ambao they will give up. There are those that they will become sellouts. But it is good we are identifying them right on time, so they can continue dropping, so that they will not become distraction. Oh yeah, Wangwa Makeri, karibu.
Asante Fabish. Just to, as you're closing, I need to remind you that for us in the diaspora, as I keep saying, we have a role to play. And I think as we approach 11th of November, keep reminding the diasporians that join the spaces that you continue to hold. Waweke pesa ndio 11/11 ikifika to support kile kitakuwa kikiendelea. Kwa hivyo for now uwe unawakumbusha tafadhali every time, ndio sasa we also play our part. Hiyo siku ikifika, ndio tukiwa mbali tunaweza kuwa kwa spaces, tunaweza kuwa kwa social media, lakini juu we are not there in person, njia kunazo zingine za kusupport, so kuna ukikumbusha watu ikikaribia hiyo siku ama hiyo siku kulingana na vile itakuwa, pia sisi tuchangie. Haya, ni hayo tu. Anasanti kila mtu. I think it's really clear that we've had enough, all of us. We have had enough. Hata wale tuko diaspora. Yani, I don't know. I had savior emotions, and I feel the same. I share those sentiments 100%. And yeah, we need to say no. Enough is enough. Aya, asante.
Asante sana wangu Mama Kerry. Thank you always for supporting with the movement and being that change that we need. So yeah, let's continue with that spirit. Yeah, vile wangu amesema, those patriots in diaspora, when you are needed, please try at least to be part of the movement in any way that you can. So let's continue with the spirit, building momentum. Na hata kama uko diaspora, you know, participate in the mobilization. Talk to those people nyumbani, wale wafanyikazi wako umeandika, familia yako, your friends, your colleagues, wale mlisoma pamoja, you know, those in your WhatsApp, those groups. Kuna wale ambao wanakuweka WhatsApp group wakikuambia mchango, nani ni mgonjwa, mtoto ni mgonjwa, kuna mwenye agenda shuleni, sijui kuna nani anataka kuoa, nani anataka kuolewa. So please reach to them, waambie kuwa sikiza, now we need to change this country. Ndio si kila wakati tunakutana tu kwa magroup za mchango ama nini, but at least ndio kila moja enjoy hii nchi. So reach to them, let's continue mobilizing in any way and any privilege that we can have. So Mr. Cool, I see your speaker is on.
Yes, sir. I appreciate everyone that has spoken today. It has been a great time. And especially listening to Mr. Juma. Was he Julius? And yeah, it was my first time, and I think it was really great. And I was wondering if there would be a time that we have him share a little bit about, Jacob Juma, great comrade, his association with him, or whatever. It would be great to hear, because some of us got to learn about him at the tail end of his life. So I think that it would be great to just get to hear from people who are close to him. That is that. And then as the 11/11 approaches, we should remember to be our brothers and our sisters keepers. And especially for our women who will be there, we still have a couple of more days to go. And I was just thinking if we could think about adopting those ones that we know, so that they're not lone rangers. And because like lately they've become an easy target for the abductors. And those women who plan on going, if you know men that you trust and all that, please plan to be in their company and don't walk alone. And plus whatever else that we think that can help us. We go for this great day, and let's try to make a change. We are Kenyans. We back down at nothing. We have the ability to change the course of our country. And I'm proud of everyone who is here and who has contributed. Thank you, Fabij. You're a great Kenyan. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Matea, yeah, your closing remarks.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, everybody, keep your spirits up. Never lose hope. Don't ever let yourself sink into that kind of position. Definitely, ladies, stay safe out there with these protests. And, like Mr. Cool said, that's, try and group up with men that that you can trust, that are going to have your back. And just stay safe out there, folks. Watch your neighbors, all right? check up on people that live around you, not just during protest time. That's one of the most massive differences that I saw in Kenya versus America was the camaraderie and neighborly spirit to people that didn't even know anybody, right? They just knew it was another person. They cared. So keep that up, and we're gonna do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Miss Mureo?
Wow. Yes. I do have two questions. Do we have anybody mobilizing people on TikTok? Because we really need those people because they will always come through when we talk about Mandamano. They will be there if they are well mobilized. That's one. And two, do we have that WhatsApp group? I think you and some other people, you said you'll form something and come up with a plan. Do we have a plan on how we do things about that day? That's all.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Very good question. Yes, we have few people. Tukona human, who is she's very influential TikTok, but yes, we are still looking also for people that they can be able to mobilize TikTok. But human is doing great work. I think she has a very good number per TikTok. But of course, those with the TikTok accounts. And you can influence, you can mobilize. Please do so. Yes, we have a platform that we are strategizing, though it is still, we're still inviting other people, so that we can brainstorm and people can still bring their strategic measures. We are still ready to incorporate, but yes, there's a platform because there are some things that we need to not to discuss here. Not everything we must have to put here on the space.
Brilliant, got that.
Xavier. Xavier.
Yes, I was saying thank you so much, Fabish, for holding these spaces daily until 11:11. We are going to have good impact. I want to say thank you also to all the speakers who have spoken. Julius, Wango, they are very powerful. Matea, of all people, would you think me and Matea started off a little bit iffy? And then Matea, the best gentleman, just told me, cool down, bro. And he talked in Kikuyu. So I told him I could teach you some Kikuyu. And that's how we became friends. I invited him here and see. So my last point, let's not underestimate anybody. Everybody is valuable, no matter the color, the shade, the fact that he cannot speak Swahili, Kikuyu properly, that is our son. Matea, I am adopting you as my younger brother, if you don't mind. So thank you so much. That's all I can say for tonight. Thank you, Fabish. Enjoy, have a good night, and let's pick up on that point. I think it was Wango who was just asking about the organization and the fund raising. Let that committee get into action because we will need supplies, we will need support here and there. So, yeah, the diaspora, we can always do something.
Yeah, thanks. I see, Lighton, you are trying to come up. Please, I don't know, it is your network. And and another notable thing is that I was very happy that when we are holding this platform, it is not only here on the space. We have comrades that they have been playing this our space on Facebook. I was surprised to see about 4 platforms being played in YouTube.
And, there are some, these online media, 3 of them, they are playing in Facebook. And I could see a lot of listeners. So that means you have been listened to, and our
I
message
think
is going.
Baba Jackie is playing it in his. Baba Jackie is always a listener here, but I think he's at work. He's a senior manager somewhere, so probably he cannot get chance to speak. But he's one of the called. Does he call his TV? It keeps up popping on my system, but he knows himself, so we can say congratulations to him too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I saw we have LTV playing. We have another one called SCTV playing, and there is another one, even Mutembei, they have been playing. So I think we are doing a big job. Yeah, I cannot even believe myself, because when we were starting, we were not even anticipating. Yes, we have that dream, but we are not anticipating that it was going to go very fast, like it is now. And of course, Matea, thank you so much. Matea has been very resourceful. You see, we have been approaching him for posters and for other ICT. So he has been very resourceful to us. And of course, there are some messages that maybe we cannot do it here, but we can use Matea, because where he is, and he can literally do things that maybe we cannot even do. There are some messages that we can use him to disseminate. So thank you so much, Matea. Continue being with us. You have been very resourceful to this movement. We'll always appreciate you. And thank you for choosing to be with us, and defying those other people that look like you, that they have been oppressing us. So at least we have a reason to be proud of you.
They're idiots. You can always know there's no love lost for me, because I'm not gonna put up with it. I could go on about that for a hot minute, but I won't. But no, I'm not gonna allow that kind of shit from people coming over just because they don't get it. It's not okay. It's just not. There's nothing else to say. We're not going to be governed by some outside source of some system that is not Ubuntu, is not what our ancestors practiced. It's not worth it. And we see that daily.
Yeah, and yes. So thank you so much. We continue always coordinating, even behind the scenes. So you are doing great work. And everyone here is doing great work. Ms. Mureu, I cannot name all of you. But we are all doing great work. Sometimes, yes, the debate becomes so heated. Yeah, and sometimes, yes, we have to differ on some issues. But one thing is that we are always together. So everyone that is here, even those who are at the listeners, because we cannot have this space without you, without people listening. We cannot have that conversation. So even you are just listening, you have never have a chance to talk, or you just comfortable in listening, don't count yourself that maybe you are not contributing. I can assure you that you are contributing a lot, because you are feeling that the numbers, and some people, they're always voicing out by comments. I can assure you that we always read your comments, and we always take into consideration, even if you can hear speakers speaking here, most is from your comments. So if you are not, maybe sometimes you are somewhere that you are not free to talk, or restrained to talk, or maybe you are not comfortable to talk, but just in the comment section, you are doing great work. Yes.
Fabish, can we also be reading those comments sometimes? Just take a chance and go through the comments and read whichever makes sense.
Yeah, definitely we'll be reading.
That could be a good practice.
Yes, definitely we'll be reading the comments. I think intervals, maybe hourly, we will be reading the comments. That will be great, so that we can be able to capture everyone's voice, because movement is about collective voices.
Yes, and then play the patriotic songs maybe every 2 hours.
Yeah, definitely.
At the beginning, we can play the anthem. Then every 2 hours we play some of the patriotic songs. Sorry, there's one coming up here. So
as we are closing,
yeah.
someone to play for us as a closing one, so that we can go and rest with that spirit.
If Matea has one, but there's what was sung by, it is called Tushangilie Kenya Taifa Letu Tukufu. Remember, it used to be played in most of our national functions. I don't hear that anymore. I don't know who advises this government. I really don't know. And I know who they are, the Devin Days and stuff like that. But so Matea, does he have this song or he wants me to forward it to him? Because my system is not that good. It keeps hanging, kind of. Maybe we can do it next time, Fabish.
So, it's up to you guys.
So, Mr. Matea, as you're going to play for that song, tomorrow, I think we will start earlier because we'll be giving more direction, because we are compiling all the voices. And yes, as the day approaches, we will be giving more directions and things that we'll be doing, and some of the strategies that are imperative to share. And there are those that need to be put into practice that day, even without sharing here. Yeah, go ahead, Matea.
Well, did you send me a link, Xavier? Did you want me to play that song? Fabish?
If you have the song Matea.
Well, send me a link, please.
Okay, let me send it to you. Just a minute.
Oh, is that the same one that you just sent me the title of, Fabish?
Okay, hold on, I'm sending it. I'm sending it right away. Just wait.
And as he's sending the link, if anyone here, especially those that you are very much conversant with the IT, because some people, sometimes we need to discuss like in WhatsApp, but based on the sensitivity of the issue, I don't like now, using my number. If there is anyone that knows how I can get a WhatsApp number that is not registered for, because of safety, from anywhere, I can use number from wherever that is not registered, so that, when I have that one, then I can be able to, accommodating anyone, and I know the one that, so it will not be that risk for me. So if anyone you have idea, you can DM me.
Matea, you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Najivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu. Hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu. Hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Wenye kuleta chuki kati yetu, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Nitatetea haki za Wakenya, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Wala sitakubali ukabila, mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima. Sitaharibu mali ya wengine,